I call the meeting to order. We're going to read we're going to take roll. Doug Priddle is not here yet.
On the way, he's stuck in traffic.
I do understand that. Allison Hasty. Here. Frank Crawford. Here. Gary Criddle.
Here.
Seth Steeman. Here. Dr. Yang.
Here.
It doesn't look like we have any comments, so we're going to adjourn to closed session. We'll start the meeting. Doug Criddle, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. And pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. We just got word that we've had the passing of two former employees, Gloria Polanski. She was a kindergarten teacher at Johnson Park, and Judy Deltz was a librarian at Alicia and Yuba Gardens. We'd like a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now we have a report out from our closed session. I'm looking for our discipline, and I can't find it right now. Let's see. Sorry, I can't find it in here. We have one expulsion. I'm trying to see. Oh, sorry about that. We have one expulsion, EH 2324-103. Unanimously approved staff recommendations. We have one suspended expulsion contract, EH 23-24102, by unanimous vote. The board supported staff recommendations. And reinstatements, we had EH 21-2259, and by unanimous vote, the board supported staff recommendations. Now we have comments from the board members. Mr. Steeman.
Welcome, everybody. I'm glad to see everybody here. I hope everybody had a great summer. I'm excited for the coming year and the many successes that we can expect throughout the year. There's been a recent development in our state, and I've got something I'd like to share. Some may find some of this offensive. If you do, you deserve it. Recently, the governor signed into law AB 1955, now known as the SAFETY Act. If you weren't aware, the SAFETY Act aims to ban school districts from passing parental notification policies, which require the district to inform parents when the child is requesting to change their pronouns, their name, or their gender. This law blatantly puts division between the child's parent or legal guardian and their children's teachers, school administration, and district as a whole. How much distrust of our schools and teachers does this law sow into our families? I refuse to look away, keep silent, and be complicit in such a vile and vicious attack on our families. In this state, the parent is no longer the arbiter of what is right for their children or their family. Politicians tell parents what is and isn't allowed in their own homes, and that lying to our children is what is best. As I've mentioned before, late last year, the governor signed a myriad of laws, both limiting the rights of parents, letting adolescent children make bodily and life-altering decisions, letting high school-age males use the girls' bathrooms and locker rooms, and hamstringing locally elected school boards. After the fiasco of COVID and all the nightmares that came with it, parents like myself and many others started paying attention, getting involved, and actually wanting to have a say in their child's safety and school experience. This is the entire point of local elections and having locally elected representatives. When state officials are interfering and changing laws when it doesn't suit a narrative or group's agenda, we have a broken system. With these new laws, a 12-year-old child can opt to bend the laws of basic biology and reality, fluidly choose or create a new gender, demand their teacher call them a new name, refer to them as a gender they are not, which they have no physical or possible capability of being, decide they want to chemically castrate themselves, surgically remove their reproductive organs, take drugs to synthetically stop the natural progression of their bodies and minds, and permanently destroy the possibility of the blessing of childbirth later in life. Let alone the mental and emotional trauma this may cause. This is what a child can do in California. As if there is no possibility that a mature adult might forever regret the choices they made as a young child. But a child still needs a parent to have their ears pierced if they're under the age of 18. If a parent says no to any of this, the state can legally remove the child from the home of the parents that gave birth to, raised, and loved their child. This is sheer, utter depravity, and it is plain evil. In the Bible, it mentions in the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke that to willingly lead a child astray into harm. Excuse me, and neither do you. Excuse me, and neither do you. And neither do you. I'm not telling. Excuse me. Why are you taking offense to this? Why? Why are you taking offense to this? Excuse me. Oh, I'm not done either. I am not done. Excuse me. This is my time. Thank you. You're right, I am. I'm on the board. I can say whatever I want. Thank you. Okay. In the Bible, it mentions in the books of Matthew, Mark, and Luke that to willingly lead a child astray into harm or to stumble, it is better to tie a large millstone around your neck and toss yourself into the depths of the sea than to answer to God for it on the day of judgment. Choosing to be complicit in facilitating the destruction of a child's mind or body is simply grooming and makes one just as guilty as the twisted, depraved minds that wrote this law. And one such person should be nowhere near anyone's child. Our children are engulfed in confusion from every angle and every outlet, a steady flow of degeneracy, debauchery, lewdness, perversion, violence, and all forms of things that do nothing but bring degradation to our future. Shouldn't school be a place that silences all that confusion with truth, especially if they aren't getting it at home? Shouldn't school be a place that parents trust leaving their child? The lawmakers of the state are doing everything they can with curriculum, narratives, and laws like these to destroy the bond between families. Lawmakers in the state are doing a great job of bringing the age of public education to an end for many families in our community. Homeschooling and co-ops are at an all-time high and growing because of this demonic insanity, and good for those families who are willing and able to. We should be a safe option for those who can't. We need to fight and stand against the sexualizing of our children and let them just be kids. I thank God regularly for the teachers that my kids have had and I've come to know. If it weren't for the many amazing teachers at our district schools, and if my children's school wasn't as special of a place that it is because of its teachers and leadership, my children would be nowhere near public education in California. A lawsuit has been filed to fight against AB 1955 by another school district, and others have hopped on board. This law is expected to receive a stay before January 1st and brought before the Supreme Court, as it is a gross violation of the constitutional rights of the parent to make decisions concerning the care, custody, and control of their children. That being said, I will be bringing forth a parental notification policy in our district for discussion, board consideration, and a vote. And I ask that you join me in praying for our state, our families, and our students. Thank you.
Dr. Yang.
I just want to welcome everybody to the new school year, the 24-25 school year. I want to give my thanks and appreciation to everyone who has worked tirelessly through the summer to provide a good start of the academic year for all of our kids in MJUSD. And I wanted to also note that I had the chance to go and look at the school bash event that happened last week. It was a phenomenal event that was that allowed all of our education partners and MJUSD to distribute needed school supplies and backpacks to all of our kids. I want to note that I've heard on this while I've been on this dais before that we're not united. If you went to that event, you can see multitudes of organizations, nonprofits, and our government entities fundraising for those 4,000 backpacks that were handed out and providing the food and support for it. So regardless of what the frictions or the conflicts are in our community, I think we can still look at the bright spots that we are working together to make our kids' futures better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hasty.
Good evening. Welcome to the 24-25 school year. I appreciate your commitment to our students and the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Doug Criddle.
Just want to welcome everybody to the new school year. In regards to Mr. Seth Seaman, I am in support of AB 55. Just read it, take a look at it. And I believe that we need to also keep local control of our school district. I think that's very important. So just read it, inform yourselves. Thank you.
Frank Crawford. Gary Criddle. Well, welcome to the new school year. I know for some of you, the school year didn't end because you taught all summer. So, and we've had a lot of our maintenance folks, along with construction, have just worked their tails off all summer. I had the great opportunity to visit Covalad, our new Covalad Elementary. And all I can say is I am in awe and greatly appreciate all the work that went into that now that it's 6 months early opening. And I also got a chance to see the Lyndhurst track and their new stadium. And all I can tell you is it looks like a brand new campus back there. And I'm really looking forward to the work that will be starting at the Marysville High School here, I hope, before the rains start. So, but thank you all for all your help and support. As you've already heard, there are challenges that we face, and we do our best to address them. So now I believe we have some recognitions.
Better. This month's Community Impact Award is a combination between YCOE and MJUSD Back to School Bash. This year's event tied together the generosity of our community and business partners and made it a fun event for families. This event was a huge success and would not have been possible without the collaborative efforts of our key leaders. We would like to recognize the efforts from Yuba County Office of Education. Tonight we have present Greg Ferguson and Brandon Messina. And if you would please stay for pictures. We also have from the MJUSD team that helped organize and made it a successful event, Mr. James Lohman, Zach Plus, and Stephanie McKenzie. The Rotary Club was very generous in donating. I don't think anyone here is from the Rotary Club tonight, but we'd like to thank the Rotary Club for their donation. We have, and from Sapphire Marketing, we have Carrie Hauk, who did all of our advertising. Although Mr. Randy Mitchell is not here tonight, I would like to publicly say thank you for all the haircuts that they provided. Schools First Credit Union, Julia DePrada-Schott. And from Linda Lions Club, John Nicoletti. We would also like to thank our many volunteers for their continued support and positive efforts that make an impact for all of our students and families at MJUSD. And now if we could do a picture. YCOE, right? Oh, Marysville Kiwanis has provided hot dogs for everyone. Yes, definitely.
Down in the back, no one will see her.
Okay, and 1, 2, 3. Okay, funny pose. Seriously, thank you guys for all you do for our kids.
These two public comments.
We're going to do them now.
Yes, you're going to do them now. No. Wait. Recognition. Employee organization.
Now we have an opportunity for employee organizations to address the board. Yuta?
So, Mr. President, Angela Stiegel, I'm the president for the Marysville Unified Teachers Association, and we represent the over 500 of the best, or actually the best, professional educators. It is an honor and a privilege to represent them, and I wish that I could manage to say everything that needed to be said this evening in 9.5 minutes, but that's just not even possible. So we'll hit a couple of, a couple of big points anyway. One being the fact, before I get too far into this and forget something very, very special and very meaningful, in addition to the moment of silence that you had earlier, I would like to kindly suggest that maybe we have one at the end of the meeting, because Marysville Joint Unified also lost Ron Ward. And Ron Ward, is one of the people that kept me in this job and in this district. So I think that's the least we can do at the end of this meeting. Thought I could do that. So the other thing, before we get too far off in the weeds, we've got over 500 amazing educators that are going to be in classrooms starting tomorrow with the over 10,200, 10,400 amazing students that we have. And that is a big plus, and that is something that a lot of us, have waited all summer for and prepped all summer for, and why some of us haven't really had a vacation much, because that's our passion and that's where it resides. And one of the things that I will tell you that's pretty interesting about that is I hear the board and I hear the superintendent and the district and our site administrators tell teachers that one of the things we need to make sure to do is to have these amazing relationships with students. First off, we don't need to be told that. That's what we do. That's part of our profession. So we don't need to be told or directed or reminded. We don't need to sit through 6 hours of meetings to tell us how to do that. We have that down pretty pat. But what makes that really hard is when the district on their end cannot manage to even have a base concept, a foundational skill, like your enrollment numbers down, so that I now, yet again, am standing before you experiencing where we have teachers who are going to be involuntarily transferred today with school starting tomorrow. And the district wants to try to tell me that it's about educational need. It's not an educational need when, for instance, I told the very same people here a month and a half ago, myself, that you guys had a problem at Loma Rica. And so don't tell me about educational need the night before school starts and now that you've just discovered this. That's not educational need. That's not a reason to violate my contract or my CBA. It's yet another example of the district and the superintendent continuing to trample all over the rights of my union members, rights that we have earned. And so this gets real old real quick. But on top of that, we've had quite the interesting summer because for some reason, and I think it may have something to do with a particular vote that the teachers had, but for some reason suddenly the union was approached about the idea that the superintendent wanted to have a meeting with the various labor groups over the summer, to which MUTA basically was like, well, we really don't think that's a good idea, which, by the way, if you say that to the superintendent, will ensure that it's going to happen, which it did. And so we had that meeting, and very few of our unit members showed up. I'm going to take a wild guess because they didn't want to spend their summer being lied to their face some more. But we had that meeting, and I'm pretty sure that that meeting was something that, superintendent's been directed to do because just like us, we've got an observation evaluation, and I'm sure the board said you need to do something, and that something turned out to be these meetings. Now, I will tell you that MUTA showed, we had our meeting, and then the next day, I get notes that are purported to be on this meeting, to which I was asked, along with my vice president, to make comments about suggestions for revisions. The notes that we got weren't exactly all that accurate. So I responded to the superintendent that, I didn't have time right at that moment to go through those notes and make those suggestions, but I would, and that I would let the superintendent know when I was done. And she said she was going to share them with staff. Now, I think staff means, for instance, her cabinet. Well, little did I know that not only was the superintendent not going to wait for my message that said I was done going through the notes and making some suggestions, but that by staff, she meant she was going to send them out to every single one of my teachers, every single administrator, and everybody from the cabinet. So I drafted a response, and I didn't send that response to the superintendent because I was pretty sure that there was just going to be a giant spin on it, because that's what happens every time I respond. And so just like the superintendent took the very public forum of sending that out to everybody, well, here we are, public forum. So kind of like in the words of the board member here recently about, you deserve it? Well, here goes. So here's the message I drafted in response to those notes going out. Drs. Ronnie, your inaccurate notes and misleading portrayal of your meeting with MUTA are further evidence of why 94% of our members have no confidence in your ability to lead our district. As MUTA suspected, this was nothing more than a checkbox and a PR tactic at best, a PR tactic that we pay about $300,000 for. And your publication of those notes is yet another example of your blatant mission to divide our union and to pit labor groups against each other. Your dishonesty is intentional and sadly no longer surprising. And that is sad. I have 94% of my membership have made it clear, and I've been here for months now making it clear to the board. And now I will tell you that a vote of no confidence and the elections that are coming up for board members, that's not exactly reason for people to use our vote to get themselves elected or re-elected to this board. You don't get to take our power from us and use it for you. And the other thing I'll tell you is that in regards to what the board member just said, as far as you deserve it, well, if you don't like what I have to say, that's kind of the same thing I would tell you. But my students, all of my students, deserve better. I don't get to sit here and decide which students I want to represent, which students I want to love, which students I want to educate. Every single one of them is my student, is our student. The last time I was here, I read you guys a quote, and it's a quote that, strangely enough, I was just sent again this morning. I don't know if maybe I've got people out there that are just really keeping tabs on when we have board meetings, or if maybe there are really people out there that know just how hard this job has been here lately. I wish I could explain to the board in another minute and 40 seconds what it's been like here being president of this union for this summer. This has been a nightmare. There is no reason why we are in the situation we are in. There's no reason why the union has to beg for 7 months to get enrollment numbers. And I know there's going to be a spin on that too, which is why I have another comment card in for the end, just to try to keep things a little honest. So I told you last time, quote I got, when things go bad, good people leave. Eventually followed by people who thought they could change things, but got buried because too many good people left. Those left are bad people or hostages. The good people are your canary. I told you last time you're running out of canaries, but I will also tell you that I damn sure am not giving up this fight.
Thank you. Operating Engineers Local Number 3, California School Employees Associations Number 326 and 648, Association of Management and Confidential Employees, Supervisory Unit. So one of the things we've investigated with our legal advice, our new attorneys, is one of the challenges is managing the public comment sections. And what I have said before was sustained by our legal advisors. You have 3 minutes to make a comment. After that 3 minutes, the microphone will be turned off. If you do not leave the podium, and this is speaking towards the end of the meeting, I am authorized to adjourn the meeting. And we will enforce that. Now, what happened last meeting was unfortunate. And all we can say is we have consulted with our legal advice. So at this time, Tammy, if you want to address the board. Tammy was here too. Jennifer Landrum, are you here?
Good evening. My name is Jen Landrum. I am one of the two teachers who was not allowed to speak after your board president, Randy Davis, abruptly and unprofessionally ended the meeting a few weeks ago. At first, I thought about declining your invitation to speak because I'm so busy getting ready for school tomorrow. But I decided this was too important to not come here tonight. First and foremost, I want to thank the board members who listened to our concerns and decided not to move our assistant principal, even though it seemed to be a done deal. We had received an email saying he was leaving Covalot. I would like to point out to everyone that Dr. Asrani attempted to move him without some, if not all, of the board members even having knowledge of it. This is not the first time something like this has happened under her leadership. I want to remind the board that you are her boss. She should be discussing big decisions such as this with all of you and asking you for the approval. I would also like to remind you that 94% of the teachers have voted no confidence in her. The fact that the board has ignored this is insulting and a slap in the face. It has been 20 years since the teachers have done a vote of no confidence. I know this because my dad, Jim Fleury, was the union president the last time this happened. This is not something the teachers take lightly, and it has taken a lot to get to this point. The teachers are fed up. We are tired of principals being moved every few years. We are tired of losing coworkers and longtime employees because they can't work with and for Dr. Asrani. This is a small town. It's no secret the way Dr. Asrani talks to the people she works with. I'd be willing to bet if you took a survey of MJUSD employees in our district, a high percentage of them would have no confidence in her. But unlike the teachers, the other employees, such as our principals, secretaries, and even assistant superintendents, they don't have tenure. So they are afraid to speak up. It has been said that some of you on this board just go along with whatever she wants. That being the case, many employees don't trust coming to you with their concerns, so they just leave the district, just like Wendy Weeks did. Take a serious look at the high turnover of employees that have left our district since she became our superintendent. Sure, some have retired or have better offers, but quite a few have left because of her and the way she treats people. I've not only taught for 23 years, but I grew up in this district. I love Marysville Joint Unified, and I hate to see what's happening to it. The election's coming in November. 4 of you are up for re-election. If you want to show the community and your teachers that we are valued, don't continue to ignore our vote of no confidence. Please begin to take steps in changing this leadership. Action speaks louder than words. We deserve better. Our kids deserve better. Our students deserve better.
Tammy?
From July's meeting. So according to Finder.com, gas prices have tracked above the 6-year national average consistently since early March of 2021. California has the most expensive gas in the U.S. as of July 11th, 2024. A quote from the Cal Matters website, costs of many goods and services continue to rise and are still higher than before the onset of COVID-19. Prices have grown about 20% overall since 2020, and over the past couple of months, prices in California appear to have risen slightly more than the country as a whole, according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So gas prices up, groceries up, PG&E rates up, auto insurance rates up. Each and every element of my monthly budget has increased over the past few years. Not to mention, my health insurance rates are about to increase by almost 10% for the second year in a row. Thanks, Kaiser. The cost of goods and services continue to increase for the people that continue to work tirelessly for this district. I've spoken to several younger, newer teachers who continue to tell me that there's no way to survive on their own as a single wage earner if they work for this district. This district received an increase of 8.22% of their annual funding last year. The money was added to your coffers. You received the money, budgeted the money, then spent the money. All the while, the teachers of this district are now
then on their month 14 of an expired contract. We are forced to try to make ends meet with every monthly expense increasing year over year, but nothing being added to our salaries. The district was able to count on additional funding, but here we sit and wait for the scraps that you offer us. First, just an offer of one-time off-schedule payment, then a mere offer of 2%, while this district already received over 4 times that amount. Praying that we had finally convinced the district of the disservice it was doing to its teachers and other labor groups, hoping we could get closer to closing the gap, your offer stands at 2.25%, about 1/4 of the COLA that this district benefited from. The MJUSD salary schedule used to be the basis of surrounding districts' fights. We used to be the envy of other teachers' unions. Now we have educators fleeing our district knowing they can receive better compensation with lower health care costs pretty much anywhere else in a 100-mile radius. The next opportunity for us to return to the table will be close to the 15th month with an expired contract. This puts the teachers of this district and in this room in a very precarious position. Your verbal gratitudes and platitudes only go so far. Our teachers need and deserve a livable wage. We are not asking for anything more other than what you, the district, received and then spent. Thank you.
Now we're going to move to 9.1, annual presentation of summer school and intersession program for the summer of 2024.
Guy, Director of Data and Student Improvement.
She told me, she gave me a call.
Sorry.
Before you start, I'd like to just acknowledge Mr. Mitchell. He just walked in. Randy, if you would just stand up. We want to acknowledge you, sir, for your work. Thank you.
That is, I think we're on.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to just recognize our teachers, our staff out here. There are a lot of them that worked all summer, and you're about to see a presentation that's going to show how busy of a summer they had and how fun of a summer the kids had. They worked all of June and the first week of July, and then came back and we're getting ready hiring for our program. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you London Duenas, coordinator of our before and after school programs. And she was our summer coordinator. And Noemi Magana, wait, I forgot, there's another one. Arroyo Magana. I knew I would get that. Yeah, we call her Mimi. So I'm gonna hand it over to them and they are gonna give you the presentation. But I just wanted to recognize how hard they've worked and how proud I am. And this program has just grown considerably since we started. Thank you.
All right, hit it, Russell.
Evening, Superintendent Dr. Srani, Board of Trustees, and the MJUSD community. I'm London Duenas, Coordinator of After School Programs. I'm here with Pete Pantoja and Naomi Magana, who were instrumental in planning and overseeing our summer program for the district. We are so happy to provide you with an overview of the incredible summer session that was held June 5th through July 3rd. As part of our ELOP intercession offer, the Marysville Joint Unified School District had a productive and engaging summer with its summer session program. Grades TK6 were hosted at Edgewater, Cedar Lane, and Browns Valley Elementary Schools. Intermediate sites included McKinney and Yuba Gardens Middle Schools, and Marysville and Lyndhurst High Schools. Students attended each site based on their home campus. In grades TK through 6, students received breakfast, lunch, and a supper meal. Middle and high schools were served breakfast and lunch. Thank you, Nutritional Services. The summer session enrollment was a great success. Over 1,250 students attended this year's summer session district-wide. Attendance in grades TK through 6 almost doubled from last year. Staff included 60 amazing teachers, 22 dedicated paraeducators, 38 incredible STAR staff, and 25 hard-working support staff. All of these individuals helped create this summer opportunity for our students.
Our goals for the summer session were to prevent the summer slide learning loss and to excel our students through the summer. To achieve this, teachers had smaller class sizes and were able to focus on reading and math skills. In grades TK through 2nd, classes included a paraeducator to help with small group instruction. Daily schedules included time with specialty teachers in areas of STEM and robo-blocking. Students at the elementary sites participated and enjoyed a balanced mix of academic and enrichment activities. Assemblies and presentations complemented the summer session theme of Imagination Vacation. 32 students attended the summer session at Yuba Gardens and McKinney. Students worked on academic skills and robo-blocking with LinkBots. ACES staff worked alongside the teachers to create a workshop-style learning environment and included physical activities like volleyball and soccer throughout the day.
High school students recovered a total of 1,067.75 credits through MJUSD High School Summer Session. Two of MJUSD's high schools, Lyndhurst and Marysville, hosted summer sessions for credit recovery through June 28th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. MJUSD Nutrition Services provided breakfast and lunch with some transportation available. Overall, 450 students recovered credits by satisfying requirements to make up lost credit without having to retake the entire course. A number of students were also enrolled in one of 5 in-person courses. Students completed a semester course in a limited time through these intense courses. A number of students also participated in the U.S. Center Fair with FFA or 4-H.
2023 high school credits reflect those earned in the month of June. During the 23-24 school year, students were able to work towards recovering credits during 3 intersessions, putting them back on the path for graduation. This year, teachers were trained in the new summer curriculum for math and reading called Summer Scholars by Teacher-Created Materials. This curriculum focuses on building and practicing foundation skills in reading and math. Teachers were able to provide challenging activities and additional practice with key concepts. The curriculum is designed for the summer school setting. Students participated in STEM, robotics, art, and music classes provided by specialty teachers. These were included in the regular daily schedule. Skills-focused classes such as English language development and GATE, our gifted and talented education, were well attended. ELD classes focused on students in Level 1 beginning English. These students worked on ELA and math skills with support in vocabulary and language in fun and exciting ways. The GATE students were fortunate to have experts from the Yuba County Water Agency and the University of San Diego Scripps Institute of Oceanography visit. They provided hands-on learning experience about watersheds and the weather stations.
The fun didn't stop after class. The after-school program extended the learning with a variety of creative and recreational activities such as painting, sidewalk chalk murals, Olympic-style games, sports, and interactive projects. These activities provided a well-rounded experience, allowing students to unwind and express their creativity as they built important vocabulary through experiences. Students benefited from presentations by Indian Education and the Yuba Water Agency. Pat Bennett with MJUSD Indian Education and her team worked with students to create corn husk dolls, bead animals, and Native American-inspired paintings. Former MJUSD student Rex Rollins presented on water conservation, teaching students about the importance of maintaining a healthy river ecosystem. Rollins also demonstrated practical water-saving techniques for home use and distributed free conservation kits. The TK6 program also featured exciting assemblies. The BMX assembly by Stuntmasters Incorporated captivated the students with impressive stunts while promoting messages of inclusiveness and positive action. They encouraged students to identify and pursue their passions with dedication and practice. The Sky Dome Assembly took students on an educational journey through space, exploring the galaxy and the planets in our solar system.
Leader in Me Leadership Institute was held at Lyndhurst High School the week of June 19, 2024. Leader in Me is a model focused on leadership, culture, and academics that equips students, educators, and families with the leadership and life skills needed to thrive in a dynamic world. Developed from the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Leader in Me's mission is to enable greatness in students, teachers, and schools everywhere.
Data at a glance. Students attending summer session were given pre- and post-assessments for reading and math through Renaissance. 86% of all summer school elementary classes demonstrated growth as measured by the class's average independent reading level, or IRL. Classes also showed substantial growth in math skills. These increases can be attributed to the dedicated staff providing focused instruction and engaging activities in practice.
Our summer session attendance was steady throughout the program. In our quest for improving and building our strengths, staff, teacher, parent, and student surveys were conducted at the end of the session. The MJUSD summer session is a well-rounded and enriching experience, keeping students engaged throughout the summer. As we plan our next steps for this school year, we will look for enrichment opportunities that continue to provide academic practice in creative ways. One of these will be the addition of creative week-long camps. Additionally, we will be comparing data that includes attendance, academic growth, student engagement, and behavior to help guide our intersession offers.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share an overview of MJUSD's summer session.
Are there any questions from the board?
I have a couple of questions. First, I just want to congratulate the team on the learning gains that the kids had during the summer. So those numbers are exceptional. I do have a couple clarification questions. One of the start things that jumped out to me on page 6 was that the number of credits recovered was 1,000 versus 1,800. But the odd thing for me is the number of students were the same. So the only plausible conclusion that that would mean is that our students, our high school students, have less have less units that they have to recover. Is that a fair?
That's correct. So high school, we had those 3 intercessions during the school year, and we had a lot of students attend and earn credits towards graduation.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Also, some of them started the credits during the intercession, but didn't complete them. They completed them later on, and those, we didn't count those. We counted the ones that finished within intercession because it was too hard to count which ones started in intercession and then finished later, compared to the ones that were doing it from a school site.
Okay.
I'd like to also make one comment, and I really do need to give credit to Angela and what she brought to our attention last summer, that kids were getting into Edmonton, and the way Edmonton was being monitored was not tight enough. So the team got together and they made sure that the process of grading is no longer compromised as it was last summer. So you did see less credits earned because there's a process now on how grades can be earned and how they're recorded.
Got it.
There was a big hole in that was fixed.
Got it. And there was one concerning item for me on the presentation, which was page 12. Yuba Gardens had almost half the attendance rate. It's 35% versus the next closest one was 67%, which was Lyndhurst. Do we know what the drivers that caused Yuba Gardens to be almost half of Lyndhurst, Marysville, and Cedar Lane?
Yep, we're having some difficulty finding the niche for middle school students to attend. So we're trying to find different things that they're interested in, but they don't get to earn credits or credit towards attendance. We're looking into that because there's a new thing coming out, but we're just trying to find what will bring them to summer school and what will bring them to intercession. So we're constantly looking for different programs or enrichment activities that will lure them to these intercessions.
Were the programs the same as Anna McKinney? Because the surprising thing for me was Anna McKinney had 93% attendance.
Yes.
Right? So were the programs the same, or was the programs differentiated for?
They were a little bit different. At Yuba Gardens, we had 3 teachers. One did academics, one did the robo-blocky, and another one did entrepreneurship, and so they rotated those students through those classes. At McKinney, we had, because of the low number, we had just one teacher that provided kind of all those different aspects of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Well, I'm impressed that it does appear that the data has an upward trend, that our children are fulfilling their credit needs. It's a little uneven, but they are responding to the opportunity that we are providing. And, it's interesting to see the situation at Yuba Gardens. That's kind of odd. But thank you, and thank you for all the staffs that supported the program last summer. It's incredible.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're at 9.2, presentation of school site plans for the 24-25 school year. The Sharks.
The Sharks. Before we start, I was looking through the packet, and goal 3, there's a video in there. I put a video of our career fair, and I didn't start it on time, so there's a big lag, but that's the career fair. I wanted you to see how vast it was regarding that goal. And then there's an error I made that we couldn't catch on what I read on the budget. For the total budget, I flipped a 9 and a 6, so it's a correct on the slides though, just to let you know. And I was impressed with that whole presentation. That was amazing. So here we go. Edgewater Elementary School. My name is Renee Henderson.
Thank you.
Principal.
Good evening, MJUSD Board of Trustees and Cabinet members. My name is Renee Henderson, and I am the proud principal of Edgewater Elementary School, home of the fantastic Sharks. Edgewater is on a mission to empower tomorrow's global leaders. Here is a clip from a global fundraiser for Kenya with a message from a student council member.
Student Council is leading the efforts and empowering students to become global citizens and compassionate philanthropists.
We have 549 students made up of the targeted subgroups listed. Our largest subgroup is socioeconomically disadvantaged. The video shows one of our mini family community nights. Our 2023-24 CAS scores revealed growth. 37% of our students are proficient in ELA and 31% of our students are proficient in math. Over the past 3 years, third grade has made growth of 12 percentage points, while fourth and fifth grades have decreased. We will focus on incoming sixth grade in our targeted interventions in reading. Over the past 3 years, third grade has shown a steady increase with a growth of 28 percentage points, while fifth and sixth grade grades have declined. The focus continues to be supporting our incoming sixth grade during targeted interventions in math. Last year, there was a 1.6% increase in suspensions because there were no suspensions in the 2022-23 school year. The data shows a 3.3% decrease in overall absenteeism from 2022-23 to 23-24. We will continue to support students with disabilities and our African American students around attendance barriers. Our STAR reading data shows growth in all grade levels, with a 61.5% of our third graders who met or exceeded district benchmark expectations. We will focus on our incoming sixth grade to support the 61.2 not making expectations or meeting expectations. Our STAR math data shows growth in all grades but fifth, and we have a 73.8% of our third graders who met or exceeded district benchmark expectations. We will focus on our incoming sixth grade to support the 62 not meeting expectations. Our STAR early literacy data shows growth in first grade with 55.9% of our students who met or exceeded district benchmark expectations. We will focus on supporting our incoming first graders with 72.1% of them not meeting expectations. Our site has made huge growth when comparing our LPAC scores from before last year. 30% of our EL students now qualify to be reclassified, which is an 18.78% increase. We will continue to target reading and writing and language acquisition. To recap the story, what our data tells us, we have made huge growth in third grade on CASP and STAR, whose education was not affected by COVID closures. We are experiencing positive outcomes in overall attendance and on our LPAC scores. Let's take a look at our site, SIPSA. In Goal 1, there are some key sustainable actions that have made a positive impact on our students' growth, such as providing paraeducators to support interventions and a literacy technician to support our accelerated reader program. In Goal 2, Calming Corners and Drums Alive program have been implemented to improve the physical and mental health of our students, and they are some of our sustainable actions that have made a positive impact on our students' social emotional needs. In Goal 3, some sustainable actions that have made an impact are providing a college and career fair and presentations, along with organizational materials and goal setting supports. In Goal 4, our EL facilitator has made huge positive impacts on our EL population. We are reclassifying 22 students this year at our site. In Goal 5, some sustainable actions that have strengthened our parent partnership are family nights and newsletters that contain all of the events on our campus and showcase student achievement as well as needs. In Goal 6, Lexia Rodriguez is our sustainable resource for our special education students. She helps support them in academics and attendance and helps break down barriers. We have many things to celebrate in the 23-24 school year. 6th grade girls volleyball, drama performances, American Heart Association fundraiser, watchdogs to invite our fathers to our campus, a kindness path, a new marquee, and we celebrate our band and cheerleader squad working together. We have really bolstered our music program quite a bit this year. This year, our total budget is $349,259 to support our students. We will focus on Prop 28 to complement our art, drama, and music programs to give our students what they need. Remember, Edgewater is empowering global leaders. Thank you, and I will now take any questions that you may have.
Very well.
That's a shark cat, by
Very
the
good.
way. You can find me.
Well, after 3 days of work, I think you've done a pretty good job.
Thank you, President Davis.
Are there any questions from the board?
I want to celebrate because we're sending kids to middle school that are being reclassified. And so it was quite a tremendous thing hiring her and getting her training and having Hector help. And now she's going to be pushing in an RTI block that we've blocked, and our kids are going to get direct instruction with her and a teacher with what they need at their level. We are doing some amazing things at Edgewater. Starting this year, more amazing things.
Well, I just think that, having been there for about 3 hours this afternoon, you are a tremendous leader on that campus. And
Appreciate that.
It's infectious, and in a good way. And I just think you and your staff are just going for the stars. And that's what we need for our students.
I told them today at our staff meeting, I want our site to be the place people come and want to retire from, including me.
Well, thank you for everything you guys are doing over there. Now we're moving to MCAA. Eric?
Hi. Hello, I'm Eric Preston, principal of Marysville Charter Academy for the Arts, and we have our presentation, and then I will answer questions when it's finished.
Thank you.
is the Marysville Charter Academy for the Arts Board presentation, reviewing the 23-24 school year and discussing portions of the upcoming 2024-2025 school year. My name is Eric Preston. I'm the proud principal. MCAA is our area's only college preparatory 7 through 12 secondary school whose course of study emphasizes a focus on the arts. Students receive instruction in the core subject areas but are afforded the opportunity to explore music, dance, drama, and the visual arts, beginning with the required 7th grade Arts Exploratory Wheel course. Our students perform locally, compete nationally and internationally, and receive a solid secondary education. We are the only school in the area to boast being a California Distinguished School, an ERP California Honor Roll School, and a U.S. News and World Report Best High School this past year. Here are pictures of some of our students performing in our music week, at our dance showcase, and then an award winner who was actually displayed at the Crocker Art Museum. We had an enrollment of 371 last year. As mentioned earlier, our students performed all over the place. The picture in the inset is from the Mean Girls production that was held at the Sutter Theater in Yuba City. Our CASP ELA scores, this is a 3-year comparison, and you see that this year 190 students took the test and 62% met or exceeded the standard. We dipped a little in both 7th and 8th grade. However, our 11th grade students continue to rise. To celebrate, we have 74% of students who met or exceeded in 11th grade. Areas of growth, we obviously need to look at some interventions for middle school. And one of the things we're going to do is tighten up our 7th grade study skills class for this current school year. Our CASP math findings, again, you see 3-year comparison. 191 students took the test and 40% met or exceeded the standard. Celebration, we grew by 11 points in 11th grade, which is amazing. We grew by 1 in 8th, which we will take the growth, and we remain the same in 7th, which means that we didn't go down, which is promising. So we need to continue to strengthen our interventions, such as 9th block, after-school tutoring, or math support for 7th and 8th graders to really help build those foundational skills. Our attendance and discipline, the chart looks kind of interesting, but we hovered right around 96% attendance all year long. These are 20-day intervals, and you'll see that all of them are very close. 95.9% is the smallest or the lowest percentage average that we had. We had 2 suspensions, one for 3 days and one for 5 days. Our students pretty much want to be at school and are generally well behaved. Our LPAC data. We had 11 students tested this year. 1 earned a 2, 7 earned 3s, and 3 earned 4s. We received all 3s and 4s on written composite level and all 4s on the oral composite level. And 27% of our students who took the test are eligible for redesignation. Overall data analysis, 7th and 8th grade ELA we need to focus on. Math overall is on an upward trajectory. Our science scores continue to climb. That wasn't shown, but they continue to be at or above the state level. AP data is very promising. We'll talk a little more about that later. 27% of our ELs are potentially eligible for reclassification, and our attendance stayed close to 96% all year. This photo is a photo of Much Ado About Nothing, which was also put on this school year last fall, and it was at the Sutter Theater as well. Our LCAP Goal 1, provide learning opportunities that result in increased academic achievement and ensure quality classroom instruction for all students, including support systems that meet the needs of targeted populations. You see some selected actions from 23-24 and then some selected actions for the upcoming 24-25 school year. LCAP Goal 2, continue to support the visual and performing arts in order to engage students, expand artistic and academic opportunities, and develop career-related skills. Again, you'll see actions that we took from 23-24, and then actions, some of those are going to be continued in 24-25, and there are some newer ones. LCAP Goal 3, support students' health and well-being through SEL curriculum, personnel, and other actions. Just like LCAP Goals 1 and 2, you'll see our actions from 23-24. Some of the same for 24-25 with a few minor changes. Celebrations, we already mentioned some of this, but we were a California Distinguished School this last year. We were an ERP California Honor Roll School, U.S. News and World Report Best High School. We won many local, state, and national awards and recognitions for art, photo, and graphic design. Our theater productions had multiple sold-out performances. Our music and choir students performed all over the North State and won multiple recognitions and awards. Our dance showcases, of which we had 2, involved over 25% of our entire student population. And as I mentioned earlier, we'd get back to the AP scores. 67 students took 122 advanced placement tests. 76% of those students received at least 1 3 or better. and 57% of all tests taken received a 3 or better. That is huge cause for celebration. Here's some pictures illustrating our Dragon Fest examples. The top 3 photos, or the top 2 on the left, are some orchestra students and Mr. Zoomstein, our orchestra teacher, actually playing some bluegrass music for our students and staff. In the middle is a student who competes nationally and internationally in Hawaiian dance. And then on the right is Mr. Harmon with drumline at our back to school last year. The bottom left is our advanced guitar class playing at Beale Air Force Base. And on the right is another example of Dragon Fest. We had a whole bunch of students performing, and the entire school comes out to watch at lunch. Our funding sources: Title I Parent Involvement, $952. Prop 28 Arts, $55,215. Title I, $76,477. LCAP, $706,945. And regular education, $3,263,456. Something to remember is that we are a charter school, and so a lot of our funds, we're funded totally differently than any other school in the district. And so our regular ed and a lot of our LCAP, that pays teacher salaries, administrator salary, pretty much every salary on campus. And so it looks, we do have a lot of money coming in, but it is, we're paying for a lot of things that the other schools are not. So it can be misleading if you don't put that caveat there. At this point, I would like to thank you for looking at and listening to our presentation. MCAA is a school that is celebrating its 25th year this year, and we have some exciting things planned for the year, and we are just really proud of our school and of our students and community. And at this point, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? All I can say is what you guys are doing over there, I wish we could replicate everywhere. Because you have engaged your students, your teachers are engaged with your students, and it just seems like everybody likes being there, given what your discipline. It's just incredible. So we certainly want to extend best wishes and continue the good work, and thank you for that outstanding staff that you keep there.
It truly is, it truly is a testament to the staff, to the students, and excuse me, to the students and the parents. We have it different than most other schools. Our kids apply to come, they want to be there. Not that kids don't want to be at other schools, but there's something that unifies all of them, and that's the ability to take the arts and to do more than they get in a traditional school. And so, we are super grateful that we are allowed to exist in this district, and we love providing our students that option. And I think their results show that they love it too. So,
well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Lohman, the Middle College Academy.
Good evening, Governing Board. James Lohman, Director of Community Partnerships, tonight to talk to you about the Middle College Academy, which we had our first day yesterday. Yuba College started yesterday, just like the early college program. It was so great to get the students back on campus. It was just very exciting. And all of the work that Mr. Trower's team did with our folks, all the work that Yuba College came in and did, the kids were very excited to just see kind of a new and refreshed space. We've got our parent organization starting, our advisory committee. We're doing our first WASC accreditation, and the numbers in this video are not accurate, so I wanted to share some updated numbers with you. We have 21 sophomores and 16 freshmen, and our major focus this year, especially with WASC, is about student achievement. So we're looking, we had a 100% pass rate for high school classes last year, which is great. But area of concern for me and for our teachers, we had a 77% pass rate in the fall for the college classes. So we really stepped up our game in support. In the spring, we had a near 90% pass rate. And then this year we are shooting for 100%. And in the video, you'll see we're putting a lot more supports in place. So at the end of the video, I'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you.
At the start of the 2023-24 school year, the Middle College Academy was founded in partnership with the Marysville Joint Unified School District and Yuba Community College. The school opened with 14 students, and we are excited to have more than doubled in size as we're going into this school year.
The Middle College Academy strives to provide a unique educational experience that combines high school and college courses to help students achieve academic success, explore career aspirations, and prepare for future college experiences. This program offers a supportive and academically challenging environment. As of August 1st, the Middle College is made up of 19 10th graders and 18 9th graders. There are 2.2 full-time equivalent teachers and 2 classified staff at the academy. The school has 9 students that have been redesignated from the English Learner program and 1 long-term English learner. Students come to us from Marysville, Yuba City, Wheatland, and Live Oak. Average daily attendance for the school last year stayed in the 95% range, with the school ending the year at 95.7%. The school also had no suspensions in the 2023-24 school year. Looking at the STAR reading results for 23-24, this chart represents each student's Lexile level from the fall semester, represented in blue, the spring semester in red, and the change or difference in scores between the start and the end of the year in yellow. The Lexile level for students entering 9th grade to be at grade level is 950. At the start of the year, we had 2 students that scored below that mark, and both students made enough of a gain by the end of the year. This places them in the grade level reading band for grade 9. 2 students had a slight drop in scores, and 1 had over a 100-point drop, but they are still testing in the grade level range. Moving on to mathematics, this chart represents scale scores from the fall in blue, the spring in red, and the difference between the scores represented in yellow. Students overall maintained and grew in mathematics, with the exception of 2 students whose scores were within 20 scale points of their original score. The MJUSD Local Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP, identified 6 areas for all schools and programs to focus supports and efforts toward. Middle College Academy meets those focus areas in the following ways. Goal 1 is to improve academic performance by creating an academic system that addresses and engages the various identified needs of all students. In 2023-24, Middle College implemented an academic advisement period, utilized Yuba College tutoring, and sustained in-house academic intervention and small group instruction. In 2024-25, Middle College is adding a paraeducator, utilizing student math tutors, and offering a Yuba College study skills class. LCAP Goal 2 is to create an environment that addresses the physical, emotional, and safety needs of all students and staff. In 2023-24, Middle College established and practiced emergency procedures and trained staff on the use of the Catapult emergency system. In 2024-25, we have started by focusing on the learning environment and, among other things, put in new classroom furniture and installed new flooring and painted our classrooms. LCAP Goal 3 is to prepare every student with the skills needed for college and career readiness. As previously mentioned, 2023-24 efforts included implementing an academic advisement period, utilizing Yuba College tutoring, and sustaining in-house academic intervention and small group instruction. In 2024-25, Middle College is implementing planners and adding additional organizational materials. We're adding a student math tutoring program and utilizing a Yuba College study skills course. LCAP Goal 4, where we build a system of specific support for our English learners, foster and low socioeconomic students, the universal supports of academic advisement, tutoring, and intervention were put in place to help all students. And these activities also assist in the needs of our subgroups. In 2024-25, the addition of planners, math tutoring, and study skills will assist these students. LCAP Goal 5 is about improving home-to-school partnerships. In the 2023-24 school year, we started a newsletter, implemented a cell phone for parents to call and text, and hosted dinners and banquets for families to come together to support, encourage, and celebrate our students' accomplishments. In 2024-25, we will establish the Middle College Advisory Council, implement parent and student conferences with school staff, and utilize Yuba College counseling supports for additional academic planning. LCAP Goal 6 which is to improve access and inclusion opportunities for special education students, did not pertain to middle college yet, but we had student interactions with the YCOE special education program. Middle college did not have any students on an IEP, but we want to be prepared so our program is accessible. In 24-25, we will foster student interactions with the special education program that is now operated by MJUSD, and all students will be mainstreamed. Funding for middle college students, aside from ADA and the dual enrollment grant, which we will start utilizing this year, includes Title I funding of almost $5,000, $46 for parent involvement, and approximately $32,000 in lottery funds. Want to learn more about the Middle College Academy? Visit us at middlecollege.mjusd.com. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
James, you said the success rate for fall was 77%, is that correct?
Correct.
And then it was 90% for spring?
It's actually 88 point somewhere in there.
88 point something, okay.
Yeah.
Was that a success rate for the student, or is that success rate for course success rate?
The 4 course grades.
Course grades, okay.
Yes, sir.
So one of the suggestions that I would like to have the middle college consider is making a data request for institutional research for Yuba College and compare that to what the course success rate for their general population is. 77% and 90%, I commend your team for getting that high of a success rate, because pulling up the data dashboard for Yuba College and the latest cohorts, 2001 and 2022, that's their highest year for course success rate is 75%. So your students outperform the general college student population. Wow. And so I want to commend you on that, because this is leveled across 2 semesters, and your number will land somewhere between that 77 and 88. So it'll be good to benchmark those numbers against Yuba College's numbers. And I know the current numbers aren't released publicly, so you would have to ask Yuba College.
I'll make some internal inquiries.
Yeah.
Thank you for that tip.
And then for those that didn't make it for those courses, I just want to make sure and confirm, does the general Yuba College grading policy apply to these kids? Meaning that if they fail the class, they have 2 forgiveness classes that they can allow to retake these classes and re-earn a new grade. Okay, yes. Good. So I commend the work that you're doing with these kids. And what's important is that these kids earn the units for those courses, and they don't have to take an exit exam, like an AP exam, to actually earn this. So they've beaten the normal student at Yuba College, and they're ahead of the normal students in terms of their higher education as well. So I commend your staff and everybody for those successes.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Well, my question is his budget. How are you running that school on a little over 33, maybe under 40,000?
Well, of course, our major funding source is the average daily attendance that we garner. That's what pays the salaries of the teachers and the staff. We also have the dual enrollment grant, which we all know is a $250,000 grant that is to be spent over 3 years. At this point, when we are closing the books, but all the requisitions are finished for the last school year, 23-24. We had only touched $11,000 of it. And really with our focus on making sure that all the classrooms are ready, the students have more state-of-the-art equipment to help them, that's when we're really going to get into that spending plan. But the lottery funds we have, the Title I funds, those are the things that give us the day-to-day things that it takes to help the kids.
Well, all I can say is that's pretty efficient running of a school.
Not in lottery.
Any other questions from the board? Well, thank you, Mr. Lohman. You're doing a great job, and your staff out there is absolutely amazing at how many hats they wear and how many subjects they teach. So, but thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
And last but not least, we have Olivehurst Elementary School.
Well, good evening. Thank you for inviting us to come present. Dr. Asrani, board members and cabinet, thank you. My name is Mr. Green. I'm the assistant principal at Olivehurst Elementary. Mrs. Marshall was hoping to be here today, but she's just not feeling well, so you got me.
Evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Asrani, members of Cabinet, and members of the audience. My name is Heather Marshall, Principal at Olivehurst Elementary School, along with John Green, Assistant Principal. The identity we share at Olivehurst Elementary School can best be described as our students and staff are committed to building community partnerships, fostering traditions of learning both inside and outside, like in our school garden, as well as prioritizing student supports and interventions. On this slide is information on the makeup of our campus and our student body. A hallmark of our school is our garden, and here is a peek at our Morning in the Garden event last year, where we were recognized for becoming an official Blue Zone school.
Thank you. We are so excited to be Blue Zones approved. The staff has been working on this all year, and we're really grateful to our partnership with Blue Zones.
Now let's look at some data. We'll start with CASP ELA. Third grade increased by 4 percentage points year to year. They worked with the district literacy coach. Sixth grade increased by 9 percentage points in cohort after departmentalizing by content area. Fourth and fifth grades showed a decline from year to year. Last year's data for math shows similar results. Fourth grade saw a 4 percentage point increase year to year. Sixth grade increased by 7 percentage points within their cohort group. The next two slides feature our universal screeder data for reading and math. In reading, while most grade levels showed growth, significant growth occurred in second grade, increasing by 25 percentage points from beginning to end of year. They did a lot of collaboration with the district ECRI coach. We saw the same type of growth in math for second grade, increasing by 30 points. Our LPAC data from last year shows that 10% of students are eligible for reclassification and 31% are on the cusp of scoring an overall 4. Last year, our attendance data trended in the right direction. ADA has been consistently improving over the last 3 years with support from our YCOE prevention specialist and weekly SART meetings. Our suspension data has increased. We expected this would happen as we worked to create systems and expectations for improving overall campus safety. We are going into this year with a stronger framework in PBIS. And here's a quick review of that data. For ELA and CASP, third and sixth grades demonstrated gains. Fourth and fifth grades showed the largest decline, while in STAR reading, second grade demonstrated significant growth. Fourth and sixth grades demonstrated some growth from beginning to end of year, and fifth remained static. For math in CASP, fourth grade saw a 4 percentage point increase year to year. Sixth increased by 7 percentage points within their cohort group. In STAR Math, second grade made that significant growth, 30 points. Third grade fell 9. First and fifth remained static. And fourth and sixth showed growth of 10 or more percentage points. LCAP Goal 1 is to improve academic performance. To further this goal, we are adding a school-wide tiered intervention system in 2 grade level spans that we're calling Rise Time, a school-wide writing project and continued PLC work. LCAP Goal 2 is to create an environment that addresses physical, emotional, and safety needs. One of the ways we hope to further this is by adding to our Nest Wellness Center a community schools grant coordinator, as well as continued work within SART and PBIS systems. LCAP Goal 3 is to prepare every student for college and career. To achieve this, we have prioritized systems that support students and have added some incredible enrichments. Here you'll see that our Leadership Club was featured in the Loop for their Kindness Week. And here is a calendar for their College and Career Week. LCAP Goal 4 is to build a system of specific support. Our students will be supported in our new Rise Time tiered intervention system. Here you can see a form from our Eagle Shared Drive where we're organizing Rise Time for students. LCAP Goal 5 is to improve home-to-school partnerships. I spoke last year about how this is a particularly important aspect of our Olivehurst Elementary School shared identity. One of the ways that we are increasing engagement this year is with a dedicated PTA Facebook page alongside our schools and a commitment to increasing family and community volunteerism at school. The last LCAP goal is 6, which is to improve access and inclusion for special education students. Olivehurst Elementary continues to be proud of our learning center, which we call the Soaring Zone. And last, here are some great moments from our school that we're proud of. In the bottom left hand is a video from our first time going overnight to Sutter's Fort. And in the top right is a snippet of our monthly Eagle News from leadership.
I keep on hearing music from the printer. I think the paper's jamming.
And that's James with Jenny! Shout out to second grade for always walking quietly back to their classrooms after lunch. This is Melanie and Fabian signing off for March's Eagle News!
Also shown is a flyer from our third grade music program. Above that is a photo of an assembly we had with West Coast Falconry. In the top right-hand corner is a list of all of the enrichment opportunities for our students. As you can see, Olivehurst Elementary School is the best place to be. Here is our total budget for 24-25, including a breakdown of all of our allocations. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Olivehurst Elementary School, and thank you to the students, families, staff, and surrounding community who all work together to make our school so amazing.
Are there any questions for the board members? Well, it certainly looks like you guys are flying high.
One thing I did notice with the schools that presented tonight is culture. And we see that at each of our schools. You know, it starts with great teachers, it starts with good admin working together, and really all of those supports that help to support what our each individual schools are doing. And I just really got a good sense of culture tonight, listening to the different presentations.
Well, thank you very much. Thank your staff. Now we have updates by departments. Brian, administration.
Well, as we all know, tomorrow is the first day of school, so these last couple of weeks have been rather busy for the department as a whole. I've got staff out at Covalad right now, setting up phones in classrooms to make sure they're ready to go for tomorrow in that beautiful new building. We've been running all over the district trying to get classrooms ready. We had a great meeting with administrators last Monday. We spent the entire morning, brought them in for 4 hours to kind of set the stage for what discipline is going to look like this year and how we are going to continue working on consistency and how we handle discipline in our schools. And Mr. Pless did a really great job of working with them and going through some scenarios, and it was a great start. And we are looking forward to the school year.
Thank you. Do we have any update on the fencing for MCAA and Marysville High School?
I will let Jennifer talk about that when we get to business.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Hi, thank you. An update on the fencing, we're still working on, we have the track project starting, which will interfere with the fencing, and we're looking still at some other things with administrative building. So it's still out there, it's just taking a little longer.
Okay.
Also for my update, I just want to give a big thank you. As Brian said, everybody's working really hard to get Covalad and Foothill open. So I want to give a big shout out and thank you to the teachers and staff at both sites, Doug Trower and his team at Buildings and Grounds, the technology department, purchasing a warehouse. Everybody has just come together to help get the schools open for tomorrow. So we're really excited about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Jennifer? Well, thank you, Mr. Trower. for all your hard work and your crews that have just really polished the district. And I know you had a hell of a list to work through this summer, so thank you. Education Services.
Good evening. Russell, the PD overview, this is for July. You'll see that we had a couple of big PDs. We had our conscious discipline and PBL training through July. Very excited. The teachers had a great time at both. They learned a lot. We're excited to bring PBL into the district, and thank you, Angela and her team, for attending and working on putting some sessions together throughout this year and going into next year with PBL. Conscious discipline was very well received with our lower grades, our TKK1 teachers, TKK, and it was very positive experience for everyone. And we just finished our PD for August. You will see the overview next month. But we had a lot of PD happening in the district. We did PD for bus drivers, for paraeducators, EL facilitators, secretaries, administrators, teachers, you name it, we did it. And so we're very excited with the amount of PD that happened in our district. We're really set for an exciting year and welcome everybody back. And I wish the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions for Amy? Mr. Reeves?
All right, excuse me. Thank Doug again for everything he's done. Our schools look amazing. To our teachers and all the staff, our secretaries. It takes a village to run our schools, and just amazing. And I know they're going to be ready, and thank you for your hard work and preparation. New teacher orientation last week. It was a lot of fun going in and looking in the eyes of 60 plus new teachers, and as a former teacher, it takes you back many, many years to realize, where they were at. So it's exciting, and I know they're going to do great, and we're going to have supports for them in place. Also, we still have a couple of vacancies. We have the one at Ella we're working on to get filled. Covalot has one. Loma Rica is one that now we're going to need to fill. We'll see where the numbers go tomorrow, potentially more. We are going to have subs and have extra staffing at each site. Preparation for that, we do have 2 long-term subs in place for the Ella and Covalot positions, and hopefully the kids come, and everything should be a go tomorrow, and very excited for everybody.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Reeves? Dr. Asrani.
Thank you. I also am very excited about the work that we're seeing across the district. We did a real good walkthrough yesterday of Covalot classrooms. It looks beautiful. I have to say thank you again, Doug and your people, and also our construction company and Jennifer for the timeless hours that you put in making sure everything was on track. And we are 5 months ahead of schedule. And I did tell the teachers at Covalot yesterday, thank you for your patience with those empty boxes that are sitting there. Hopefully they have been removed. We also did a walkthrough at Foothill yesterday, and such excitement with the parents and the staff who were there for the back to school night, and greeting their new principal and talking to them and walking the classrooms. It was just fantastic. The comment some of the kids made was, well, the gym looks the same. And then somebody said, no, but our lights are different. So it was nice to hear kids recognizing. There were some kids going to high school that turned around and said, how come I didn't get to walk? How come I didn't get this, Dr. Zwani? And I said, well, don't be jealous. Come back and walk the hallways. So it was great. The kids were always wonderful. And positive, which is what we want. We also did a walkthrough at Dobbins yesterday evening. So Amy, Laurie, and I did a kind of a trip up 3 schools, and we were going to stop at Browns Valley and just couldn't find the time to stop there. So we will be at BVE this week again when I start my school visits. But we met all the teachers at Dobbins, and they were also so excited and getting classrooms ready. So I think what we are seeing across the district is energy and excitement to start the year, because this is why we all went into teaching. And I agree with the comments that were made that the heart for all of us are with the children and in the classroom. And so all I can hope and pray is that we have a wonderful year, and that everybody is helped the way they need to be helped, and that we continue to work together. Also want to give a shout out to all the work that Amy and her department did with PD, and it was fantastic. You forgot to mention the ORCs and the paraprofessionals and the safety training with the site safety people, and that was awesome, walking over there and seeing that. So we attended all of those, kind of dropped in to say hi. I also did meet, in response to Angela's comments, I did meet with many other groups. As I mentioned, we did the supervisors, we did CSEA preschools, we did CSEA paras, I did one group of transportation group, did MUTA, and all the notes from all the groups were sent out because the commitment I made was that if there are 2 or 3 areas we can work on together for each of those groups, and that's a commitment we will do to narrow our focus. There was no intent to ignore Angela. I will say, Erica, hats off to you, jumped right in there and you were fixing it. Angela, my apologies, I missed your email. I really didn't realize that you were looking into it. But again, at the same time, if we have to pull it back and add comments, it's a public document, it can always be added if there's something there. But I will tell you the notes were not incorrect. The notes were taken by Anna, and we did go in there, and we did have Eric and I look into it. She added comments, changed, and that is what it was about. So we can always go back and correct it. I did that with the other agencies. There's no reason why we can't do it with MUTA. So the intent, again, was to narrow the focus, to narrow the 2-3 areas that we'll work on together. Safety came up, discipline came up as part of MUTA and too many initiatives, and we kind of promised that we would narrow that down and work on that. So moving forward, I think there's some work to be done. There's some trust to be built, and there's continued work to be done. But I pick up the fact that we're starting tomorrow, and I can only think of the little faces and the families that are waiting to come back. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for getting ready, and thank you to my team. I cannot stop but thank Jordan for all the hiring your department has done, and thank you, Brian, for all the work that you've been doing with your team in getting technology and attendance and all the enrollment numbers going. So thank you. We are a team, and we continue to do the best we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asrani. Any questions for Dr. Asrani from the board? Now we're moving to the approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections or additions that need to be done to the minutes? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved. Motion approved by Frank Crawford. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We accept the minutes. Now we're at the consent agenda, and there is one item that we wanted to take out, and it's the 2.4 Career Navigator job description. That has been withdrawn. So all the other items are there. Are there any other items that the board would like removed from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Frank Crawford. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're at new business. It starts with 17.1. Approve and adopt the board bylaw 9150 student board member. This is our second read. Are there any questions for Dr. Asrani for that? Sorry?
I'm just following back around my point about making it equitable between the high schools. Dr. Val, did we get some conclusion on how we're going to make it equitable in terms of getting a fair vote to who's going to represent the students?
Right. I just thought Jamie Lawson was here, and she just left. So she's been doing a tremendous job. We took the question to the SEAL team that had a meeting this summer. And then the consensus from the students was that each school will have 4 votes, including the middle school. So that will be a complete fair Thank you for that. And what they mentioned was they were the elected members from the schools, so they feel like they're going to act as an electoral college. So they wanted the videos to be sent out to all the students. We collected the videos, came in this afternoon. We have 6 videos that we're going to share out. And the students will be able to talk to their site representatives, give their ideas and give the input. And then the site representatives will get on Zoom. They also want to interview the candidates. So that's wonderful. So candidates will come in and the panel of students will interview them or ask clarifying questions, and then they'll go to vote. And the vote, once the vote is done, it'll be brought to the board, and then the student board member will show up at the September board meeting. Did that answer the question? Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Asrani? If not, do I hear a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion approved by Gary Criddle, second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're at 19.1, update on the Priority 1 Local Indicator Teaching Assignment Monitoring Outcomes Report on the 23-24 California dashboard. Amy?
Good evening. So back in June, we were, Ed Code required that we talk about our priorities. That was our local indicators. And at that time, I told you we were using the teacher data from, I think it was the 2021 school year, because that was what was available at the time. Since then, back in July, just last month, CDE finally released the correct data that we need to use for Priority 1. So we are required to do an update to Priority 1 teacher data, and has to be presented in a board meeting. So this is the new data that will be presented on the dashboard. Just a quick review. The definitions of a clear credential is a teacher that is fully authorized. Out of field are teachers that hold a limited assignment permit, short-term waiver, an emergency EL credential, or local assignment option. Interns hold an intern credential. Ineffective are teachers that have a PIP or STIP, variable waiver, or a substitute permit. Incomplete are, we have missing or incorrect information assignment that was reported to the state. Unknown means we have insufficient information that was reported through CalPads. So for MJUSD, what will appear on the California dashboard is we had 429.9 teachers during the 22-23 school year. Of that, 84% had clear credentials, 1.3% were out of field, 1.2 were interns, 6.1 met the definition of ineffective, 6.6 was incomplete, 0.8 was unknown. Also, we have to report for charter academies, since they're their own LEA. They had 34.4 teachers with 68.6 with clear credentials, 0 out of field, 2.9 as an intern, 24.2% ineffective, 3.8 is incomplete, and 0.5 is unknown, NA. So, yes. That is ineffective. The state says are the teachers that hold a PIP, a STIP, variable waiver, or a substitute. And remember, this data is taken on CBED's Day. So this is the first Wednesday in October. So whoever's in that classroom on the first Wednesday of October. So if we have a long-term substitute in a class, that's your substitute permit. Your PIPs or STIPs are the teachers that are like our county permits, they don't have a credential yet. Versus, what was the other one? Ineffective versus, or out of field, or the ones that just are not credentialed correctly for what they're teaching.
When I saw the numbers, I was a little bit surprised, and I'm just asking for clarification on something adjacent to this. Is these definitions and terms also going to be applying to the school accountability report as well? Because we don't have this many ineffective, or we don't have these many out of field credentials.
So
I believe that's the category, right? Those that don't have.
These are the categories. The state just, when the state of California, once upon a time, we used to report
how many teachers were ineffective, didn't have the right credentials, we would report that to the state. Right around the time, around 2020, 2021, the state of California started working on pulling that data out of CalPADS. And so we had to change all the course codes. There was a lot of work that happened. And now the state of California tells us who is ineffective. And these are the areas or the categories in which they defined. So this is only the second year that this information has been reported.
And so because from what you're saying, it's a snapshot in October, it's a point in time piece of data. How far, do we know how far off this is versus what we've been doing historically? Because when I see that MCAA has only 68% teachers that have clear teaching credentials, it's like shocking, that number is.
So I'm going to go back to the ineffective right there. They hold a PIP, a SIP, a variable waiver, or substitute permit, and they're out of field. And that's interesting. Okay. I think that would be more of a question for Jordan and personnel in terms of. I'm not a credential person.
Well, the reason why I say that is that sometimes MJUSD gets judged poorly in terms of, let's say, student retention, right? But student retention is looked across a 4-year time span, right? Who you entered your school, who for high school, who exit your school. But we live in a relatively very mobile community, right? People move out. So that student didn't fail, but our retention numbers are terrible. What I don't want to have seen is, and I'll give context why I'm asking that question. If the issue is a point in time data collection, right, because it's collected on October, it puts more onus on us to fill that seat with the credentialed teacher when the school year starts, right, versus filling it in after the school starts, because my understanding of the school accountability report, correct me if I'm wrong, they're counting head counts, right? And not a point in time.
No, the school accountability report card is all based on a point in time.
Point in time as well.
Yep.
So, and those reports, is MCAA that bad? I don't recall last year's for clear credentials versus everybody else.
So preliminary credential would be a teacher who's brand new to the profession, who's in year 1 or year 2. They haven't cleared their credential yet. I would imagine that would factor into that data. I don't know how many new teachers were at our charter school. That could be part of the data that drives that percentage down. They're qualified. They just have to go through 2 years, complete their TSIP program to be essentially considered fully credentialed.
Ask Angela, she have the answer.
We're all dying back here. I want to help you, Amy.
I'm super sorry, but this is like driving me crazy, especially considering the state of California and even SBE, there were conversations at the State Board of Education about how the term ineffective is absolutely ineffective and misleading. Imagine that. Bureaucracy breeds bureaucracy. But I think part of the issue that you see with the charter school, and I know Eric was here earlier, but I think part of the thing that you see with the charter school is that the charter school has so many like specialized positions also when you start looking into things like drama and set building and dance and even some of their like PE offerings and some of those. And so I think what you see within that is you have people who are going through like the teacher pipeline. They may start out as somebody who, for instance, is, you know, really into drama and doing drama performances, and they go to college for it and they come back and they're doing something with, you know, a local group, and then they hear that, oh, the charter school needs some help, and they come in and then it's like, hey, you're great at this, you should get your credential. And so then they work through to get their credential. And I think you see that not just in the charter school, but in a number of our schools in a number of situations. You see it oftentimes like with CTE, those types of things. So in a way, the term ineffective, yeah, sounds horrible and awful, but also in a way you should kind of keep in mind, and Jordan can also correct me if I'm totally wrong or off base on this, but it's actually kind of a good thing too, because one, we're trying to get people credentialed so that we do have students that have credentialed, certificated teachers there for them, but we also have this number of ways in which to get teachers there. That's what like PIP and STIPs and all those are about, including even like the substitute permit. We have people who will start out on a long-term sub permit or even start out as a sub, and then with the teacher shortage, all the subs that are like, hey, that's a great sub, we end up hiring them next year or so. So anyway, sorry, thanks.
And also item 20.5, which will come to the board shortly, ties into what
Yes.
Angela is saying with regards to specifically the Charter Academy allowing teachers to teach elective courses that maybe aren't fully credentialed in that area. Could be a math teacher teaching yearbook or a media class or something like that as an elective. So that'd be another example that probably would drive that number down.
And then also a reminder that we have a robust teacher support program with our supports that we offered for our interns, for our PIPs and STIPs, all of the mentors, the support providers we have. Even though, again, as Angela said, it may say ineffective because that's the definition of which they fall under, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're ineffective for children.
Well, the question I have is there a process where we correct these credentials or make them whole? Is there a plan to do that?
Yes. I'm trying to, as far as what you're asking, Mr. Davis, if you have an intern or you have somebody on a PIP or a STIP who's just starting out, for example, we have a teacher at the charter school who's going to be there his first year. Has his doctorate, has taught at the university level for many, many years. I think his doctorate's in engineering, is going to teach physics, and will start the year in a PIP status, but will quickly gain credentialing in that field. But we're talking about a very highly educated individual who would fall under that criteria. I wouldn't never say it's an ineffective individual teaching, but to their point, that's not really always a true definition. So, I mean, somebody's bringing, I think, 15 years of university teaching experience to the charter school to teach physics. It's a pretty amazing hire.
Because that's what it begs the question is, okay, how do we make them whole? You know, where they have some discrepancies in their education.
Yeah, so in this case, again, these are the definitions put out by the state of California. I took it straight up from the website. That's their definition. We work with all of our teachers. We support them. Some of them are great finds, like the physics teacher. But again, remember, this is a point in time. This is that first Wednesday in October. So we may have the credentials solved before the end of the year, but it's just that point of time.
Right. Well, it's very interesting. I'm kind of stymied at the percentages of our teachers that aren't have all their credentials, but I guess that's where we're at.
That's where we are.
All right.
I would say for this year, go ahead. We're over 50 of teachers, new hires, that are holding a PIP, STIP, or intern, which would probably put us a little under 10% of our teachers district-wide. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is an information item, and we really appreciate the information. Thank you. So we are now at 19 point, I think it is, right? I think I just passed that. Okay, we're at 20.1, approve the resolution 2024-25/3, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 24-25 school year.
So this is a great segue. The board had previously approved this, but the California Commission on Teaching Credential requires the approval to be in resolution form, not in consent form. So we're bringing it back to the board for approval in resolution format.
Are there any questions for Mr. Reeves? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Gary Criddle. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Measure passes. We're at 20.2, approve the memorandum of understanding between MJUSD and Davis Joint Unified School District, California Agricultural School Induction Program for the 24-25 school year.
So for all other new teachers, we'll go through the TSIP program, which we work with our county. The ag credential is a specialized credential, and through Davis Joint Unified, they provide essentially what is the TSIP program or mentoring program, or BITSA was another term many years ago that was used. This is specific to ag teachers only that are in probationary or brand new, I should say, preliminary credential status.
Are there any questions for Mr. Reeves? If not, do I hear a motion?
Question. About how many teachers do you think would be entering this program?
As far as in our district?
Yeah.
I think we only have one.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah, one that would be preliminary status or probationary status, is my understanding. I can confirm that with you, but I think it's just one right now. Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Reeves? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion approved by Gary Criddle. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Measure carries. Now we're at 20.3, approve the job description and position, ACES/ELOP supervisor.
So this position, supervisor, the coordinator, Pete, left to McKinney to become the AP, and the position that is being created in his place is a supervisory position, and not a coordinator position. So this is a job description for that under Lori Guy and Lyndon Duenas of the ACES program.
Are there any questions for Mr. Reeves?
Yeah.
Lori?
I noticed that for 20.3, and it ties with 20.4, the positions don't have a budget source. And I thought going forward, we would have a clarity on where the budget source of the positions are coming from.
I don't know.
I know the answer.
You know that. You want to answer?
Answer that?
It's up to you.
It will be 75% paid for ACES and 25% paid for from ELOP.
Okay, so these are from restricted grant programs that we have. Is that correct?
For for that.
Okay.
I have a question regarding, it says here there were previously 2 administrative positions. We're moving one to supervisor positions. How many would they be supervising? How much staff would they be supervising?
Lori.
So with the ACES and ELOP, we had over 300 teachers for the ELOP program last year, but those are like the teachers doing extra duty. For the STAR staff, we have 52, and then there's 32 morning staff, and that's the staff that's out at school sites.
Okay, so they would be supervising.
No, not supervising, but that's why I said they're doing the extra duty. But they still supervise the programs.
This is across how many sites?
17.
One supervisor over 17 sites?
Well, there's a supervisor, and then there's still the ELOP coordinator. Before, we had 2 coordinators. We had an ACES coordinator and an ELOP coordinator. So we're moving it to be the ELOP coordinator and a supervisor.
Okay.
Any other questions? If there aren't any other questions, do I hear a motion?
I'll motion. I'll motion.
Okay, Dr. Yang makes the motion. Is there a second? Second by Allison Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion is tabled. Now we're at 20.5. Approve the resolution 2024.
20.4 is pulled, the job description
To make sure
for
which
career
one.
navigator.
I know. It's the 20.5. Approve the resolution 2024-25/5 regarding authorization to teach elective courses.
And this ties into what Amy was explaining earlier as far as specifically at Marysville Charter Academy for the Arts, teachers that are credentialed in one subject area, teaching an elective in another area. Could be like media, yearbook, something that extent that doesn't have the credential essentially to do so.
Are there any questions for Mr. Reeves? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion by Dr. Yang. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Steven. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Measure passes. Now we're at 21.1. Presentation and ratify the agreement of the Municipal Advisory Services with KNN Public Finance, LCC. Do we have a presentation?
We do. Blake is coming up to the podium, and I have our presentations to hand out.
It's 3 and 3. Thank you, sir. Will you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me, Blake Beam with KNN Public Finance. We are a bond advisory firm that helps school districts across the state not only pursue new bond authorizations, but fiscally manage the existing bond authorizations that they have in place. We have a brief presentation to share with the board this evening that will talk about an opportunity to refinance some of the district's outstanding 2006 Measure H bonds for purposes of generating taxpayer savings over the remaining repayment period. Can I control the slides from, I do, okay, thank you. So as mentioned, as of August 1st of this year, some of the outstanding Measure H bonds are once again available to be refinanced for purposes of generating taxpayer savings. We're currently estimating in the current market about $658,000 or more will be generated. We'll go into the savings and the numbers in a little bit more detail because we are focused on a minimum threshold, and so we don't have the exact numbers, nor will we have the exact numbers until after we execute the refinancing, and we'll report back how everything actually turns out. So I'll discuss that in more detail. Refunding general obligation bonds is very much like refinancing your home, refinancing a home mortgage. You sell new debt at a lower interest rate and it pays off the old debt, and so what remains in its place is the new lower cost debt. For general obligation bonds, there's a couple nuances. Those savings are passed immediately to taxpayers. This is not a benefit necessarily for the district, it's more of a fiscal stewardship effort. The other thing that I would note, different than refinancing your home mortgage, you cannot extend the repayment term. It's legally unavailable for a school district to consider changing or extending the term of repayment for general obligation bonds. So those are two critical pieces. And at the bottom of this slide, it just mentions kind of two key terminologies, a current refunding versus advance refunding. This would be a current refunding, meaning that the bonds that we're exploring refinancing for can be immediately paid off, versus an advance refunding. Some agencies may want to refinance ahead of the optional call date or the refinancing term because they think this is just a really special window of interest rates. And the proceeds of those refunding bonds in that case would just sit aside in an escrow account until those older bonds could be paid off. That's not what we're talking about here. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified. So as we're looking at refinancing, obviously an extremely market-sensitive endeavor, but there is a positive market backdrop within the municipal bond sector. Couple key things to note. Through the summer months, those are months of bond redemption. So existing bondholders are typically paid June 1, July 1, or August 1. A lot of bondholders don't have the intention of receiving their money back and then going out and buying a car or something like that. A lot of it is long-term investment strategy, meaning that they'll reinvest that cash within the municipal bond market. And so there is an influx of readily available cash that investors, or institutional investors, are wanting to use. So that has helped drive up demand and lower interest rates over the last several weeks, months. Additionally, the Fed is anticipating a couple of rate cuts, which are projected for 2024. And so just with the flurry around what market participants are anticipating with those rate cuts, we're anticipating that will further help drive down interest rates from where they're at today. There is some uncertainty around the November election and the outcome of that election, and that plays a part into really the unknown and what that will do to the market. I think that really the idea of bringing the resolution that is on the agenda this evening is to allow the board to consider positioning the district for refunding if the market should improve to a point that there is sufficient taxpayer savings that would make this worthwhile. And again, I'll continue to talk about that through the course of the next few slides. And then lastly on this slide, minimum thresholds. Per the GFOA standards, which is the Government Finance Officer Association, widely used by all public agencies in the state of California, the minimum savings threshold is 3% as a present value term, so in today's dollars, meaning that the total amount of savings should be 3% or more of the amount of bonds refinanced. It's an industry threshold. Every agency looks at it a little bit different, but for purposes of this endeavor, I would recommend and encourage the district to set that as a minimum. And actually, that minimum of 3% is what has been included within the resolution, meaning that if the taxpayer savings don't exceed 3%, then the resolution would not authorize the refinancing. So that's what's up in front for the board to consider tonight. It includes that GFOA minimum already included in there. Again, a continuation of just discussions about the market backdrop. I think some may recall back in 2022, we hit historic lows with interest rates. We did see interest rates move up over the course of the later end of 22 and into 23. When we look at where the rate environment is at relative to the long-term historical average, we are still looking pretty favorable. On this graph that's on this slide here, it represents the green line represents where we're at currently versus the long-term historical average of where the municipal bond rates have been at, represented in the blue line. This goes all the way back to 93. So it's still favorable, and with kind of this expectation that there could be some further decreases in interest rates, I think it makes a lot of sense and would be prudent for the district to consider this refinancing, monitor the market closely with the assistance of KNN and other bond financing team members, and really be well positioned to execute this if rates continue to move in the right direction. This looks at some of the numbers in a bit more detail. I'll say, just focusing on the table here, based on current market, this actually is based on the end of July interest rates when we had to submit this presentation. Savings totaled over $525,000. This middle column here is what the resolution authorizes based on the 3% present value level, which is based on $794,000. So that's really the minimum level of savings that can be generated. We're hoping for more than that. We're hoping $1 million or more perhaps. We just don't know and won't know until we jump into the market and lock in rates. Just for some perspective, as of yesterday, improving from when we submitted this presentation at the end of July to now, current savings are at $729,000. So we're really inching very close up to that 3% mark. So we are moving in the right direction. And the furthest column to the right, just for some perspective, at the time we submitted it to, based on those current market rates, if interest rates were to drop by just 0.4%, savings would be, well over $1 million. So you can see how market movements, interest rates have, a tremendous amount of sensitivity into this. And really what we're just asking for tonight is the board to consider positioning the team to execute a refunding to lock in the maximum amount of savings that we can for the district's taxpayers. Here's the timeline that we have been considering leading up to tonight's board agenda. Again, the board consider approval on the resolution this evening. Our plan is to have discussions with a rating agency, which each time the district goes to market is a requirement. It's an investor requirement. And so we have scheduled conversations with them tomorrow, should the board decide to proceed. From there, we would have a market check-in meeting with the bond underwriter or investment bank that is appointed through the resolution, Raymond James, starting next Friday and continuing every Friday thereafter. And we're going to assess the amount of savings relative to the minimum thresholds and where we anticipate rates being in order to lock in the most amount of savings. So that's kind of what that Friday, August 23rd date represents and would repeat thereafter until we actually went to market. Once we targeted, an actual pricing date, that's when rates would be locked in and the transaction would close 2 weeks thereafter, at which time the old bonds would be paid off, the new bonds would be included. That concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, the one question I have is we've heard a lot that with the turn down of the markets, now they seem to be up, anticipating the interest rate, the federal interest rate being lowered. How does that affect your timeline if they're talking about September?
Yes, the great question. And September is the first FOMC meeting where there is currently projected to be a high probability of a rate cut. Probably 0.25% is what people are anticipating. The way that the interest rate environment works relative to the actual FOMC meeting in September is based on that probability. It's a futures probability, and the market is already going to bake in interest rate movements in anticipation of that FOMC meeting if everything continues to hold true. And so as we get closer and closer to the date, you may see further and further declines. It's not going to happen all at once, but it starts becoming more and more of a reality even prior to the actual FOMC meeting even happening.
Are there any other questions? Dr. Yang?
The resolution notes that the trigger is a 3% savings. So on page 4, if you click to page 4, the 3% savings is $794,000. But if you click to page 1, it says we estimate refunding would generate taxpayer savings of $658,000. So what explains that difference of $140-something thousand?
That's a great question also. One is referencing the actual dollars saved versus present value dollars saved. So the lower figure of those two is representative of a discounted amount, which is called a present value calculation, which refers to the savings as if it was today. Whereas the larger of those two numbers is the actual dollar amount saved, but it's realized over the remaining term of repayment, which goes out to 2033.
Got it. Okay.
Are there any other questions for the speaker? So that's our information. Jennifer?
An action item to approve their contract also.
Oh.
Or ratify, ratify their contract.
Okay. Any other questions from Jennifer or our speaker?
Could we by chance get a graph showing a 0.5% decrease in rates? Or do you by chance have one?
Tonight, the information that I have, again, was based at the time the presentation was submitted. Rates have improved since then, which I shared. If they improved based on those, I think I gave figures as of yesterday's interest rates. So you want what those would be?
Yeah, the only reason I ask is the feds are expected to cut rates twice before the end of the year, starting in September. And if we're expecting typically a 0.25% each time, I think it'd be prudent to see 0.5%.
Yeah, we can absolutely provide that. I mean, that's easy enough to do. It's going to be based on current market rates, and if they decline by another 0.5%. I think the one thing that I'll just maybe remind is that for the September, there's already starting to be a inclusion of that rate cut into the market. So you might not just see for point a 0.25% decline, if that makes sense.
Are there any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion? Dr. Yang makes the motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Steeman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Measure passes. Approved. Okay, we're at 21.2, Resolution 2024-25/2, authorizing issuance and sale of 2024 refunding general obligation funds. Are there any questions for our speaker or Jennifer? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion to approve by Mr. Steeman. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Yang. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes. I'm told that Mr. Crawford wasn't feeling well, and that's why he left. So we're at 21.3. Ratify the change order change order number 1 with auto construction for the Foothill Intermediate School Modernization Project for the 2024-25 school year. Jennifer?
Sure, thank you. This is a change order that we had that still keeps us within budget of the total project. Things came up with, we added some extras with the stage, some unforeseens with the pump house, and some DSA changes. And so the total amount was $542,419.53.
And is this within the project budget?
Yes, it is.
Are there any questions for Jennifer? If not, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Steeman. All those, do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Hasty. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're at public comments. And I will repeat what I said earlier. You have 3 minutes. We have a bunch of cards here. If the speaker does not leave the podium at the end of their 3 minutes, we will adjourn the meeting. So we start with Alicia Tyndall. State your name.
Alicia Tyndall. Good evening. First of all, I'd like to apologize for going over the time last month and sparking a situation that became controversial and somewhat volatile. And I promise this will be under 3 minutes. I'd like to acknowledge that when we voiced our concerns about losing our assistant principals at some of the elementary schools, that you heard us and reinstated them. So thank you for hearing us. And I'd also like to acknowledge that we have moved into our new building at Covalad. It is beautiful. We are excited. We appreciate all hands on deck this week who got us in, well, for a long time, but particularly this week, who got us in and functioning so quickly. And we are ready for the learners tomorrow. So thank you. What I didn't get to finish saying at the last meeting was more geared toward the COLA. That MJUSD teachers are intelligent, hardworking, empathetic professionals who are self-advocating for what we deserve. Each time the state of California gives our district a cost of living adjustment, we deserve a reasonable percentage of that COLA. We deserved a fair amount of that 8.22% last July, and instead we are being told that unfortunately it's been spent. We have worked with an outdated contract for an entire school year. We've seen teachers in surrounding districts, friends of ours, receive double-digit COLAs when combining the 2022-23 and 23-24 school year, while we received 7% for 22-23 and nothing for 23-24 yet. When employees feel valued, they are more willing to work in less than ideal situations. The demographics and behaviors of some of our students and families often make our days less than ideal. But many of us feel loyalty to our schools and our staff because of our connections, especially those of us who are alumni of MJUSD schools. However, in the last couple of years, that loyalty has become fractured, as we feel less than valued when we have to unite like this and get very vocal just to be considered for a compensation adjustment that should be part of the budget when the state gives the district a COLA. Currently, it doesn't feel great to be a teacher in MJUSD. There is mistrust, low morale, and frustration. And it's at a time when it's very difficult to attract and retain quality teachers. To start improving that trust, we need to settle our contract so we can begin to move forward with relationship repairing and trust building so we can really focus on teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Nicolo Carrasco. Sorry.
Good. Hello, my name is Nicolo Orozco. I'm a teacher at Marysville High and also a trustee of Yuba City's governing board. In this role, I've actually had dinner and networked with many of you at CSBA's annual education conferences. You may not remember me, and that's okay, as I prefer to be a listener, but sadly, I feel compelled to stand out a little today, as I had to seriously contemplate all summer resigning from Yuba City Unified's board to teach in Yuba City next school year, rather than spend another school year in this district. I have come here today to express my deep concern about the current leadership and direction of our district. MJUSD is in deep trouble. Collaboration is being hindered by fear. We have a leader who is narcissistic and unable to take responsibility for her own actions unless she believes it reflects positively on herself. I see many board members are very impressed with her leadership. You see a superintendent who you believe is promoting your own district, but in reality, you are falsely conflating her promoting herself with her promoting your district. As a community leader who has been invited to many of the same events as your superintendent, I see a superintendent who is all too willing to show up, interrupt an event's program to take a picture or make a brief speech and then leave. That is, if they even show up, because I have lost count of how many appearances I participated in where the superintendent has been a no-show with little to no notice. It's no wonder your students feel the need to invite Yuba City's educational leaders to their own events. When Marysville's only seem to come for the ego boosts and photographs to feel good about themselves, Mr. Davis. Decisions that directly impact teachers, students, and parents are often made without sufficient input or support in this district. Schools are designated STEAM schools, yet nobody can tell you what that means or what support we've been offered to implement that. And if a STEAM school isn't enough, you're an AVID school now too, okay? Which again, also no guidance or support to implement. This top-down approach not only breeds mistrust, but also stifles the collaborative environment necessary for effective educational progress. Administrators are repeatedly tasked with grand initiatives like these with no clarity or resources to implement them. They're exhausted, and frankly, there's a waiting list of them waiting to enter Yuba City, so thank you for that. There's a persistent problem with resource allocation. Despite repeated reassurances, many schools are still struggling with outdated materials, inadequate staff, broken or no furniture. In classrooms around the district, there's not enough curriculum to serve all of our students. I have not had a complete set of curriculum any year I've been in this district. The district office routinely denies requests for curriculum and instructs school sites to purchase it with their own funds, which creates a conflict of interest when they're expected to spend money that would otherwise be spent elsewhere. This is unacceptable. Our district is at a critical juncture. I've got 8 seconds and don't want to be like Alicia last time, so thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Angela Stiegel.
Angela Stiegel, President for Marysville Unified Teachers Association. And I mentioned earlier that I knew there would be a spin, and so that's why I put in a comment card. And so I mentioned the notes from the MUTA meeting. And first off, I thought it was interesting that the spin basically tried to, place blame on Anna, which the notes that Eric and I received were not from Anna. They were from Fall. And Dr. Asrani had actually, from the looks of it, copy and pasted from whatever Anna had given her, because we got a doc that didn't have Anna on it anywhere. But also, which is kind of a common thing, like Nicola and a few others have kind of said, there's nothing like passing the buck, and there's nothing like, I'll put a feather in my cap and I'll take one out of yours as well, if it serves her well. But I have the notes right here. And I believe Dr. Asrani said that the notes were accurate. I can guarantee you the notes aren't accurate. I was there. It's about 3.5 hours of my life I'll never get back. And so, yeah. Erica even put in some of the suggestions and they were all rejected. Well, all but I think 2 were rejected by Dr. Asrani. But one of the comments that was made that I can guarantee you didn't make it into this, we were talking about, I believe Dr. Asrani had asked what one of the main issues was. What's one of the main focus issues? And a teacher, not me, just to put it out there, it wasn't me for once, it's always me, but it wasn't me this time. Somebody else said, our contract that has been expired for 14 months, and the COLA that goes with it. And Dr. Asrani said that we haven't been working with an expired contract for 14 months, which had to be explained that, yes, in fact, we have. And then Dr. Asrani made it sound like we were just really, kind of out of our trees, that we had a problem with that. And the teacher there asked Dr. Asrani point blank, well, would you work here, anywhere, if you didn't have a contract for 14 months? And Dr. Asrani said, no, she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't be here. She said if she didn't have a contract for 14 months, she wouldn't be here. That's the leadership we've got. And guess what? It's not in these notes. And so I know for a fact these notes are inaccurate, and I have notes. My whole bargaining team has notes. These aren't it. And so along with that, kind of going along the whole idea of miscommunication and how, we sit here and beg and plead, I listened to the middle college presentation tonight. We filed an unfair labor practice charge on it. We've been in bargaining over it again, which I keep telling you is like trying to nail warm jello to a tree. I will tell you that the numbers that were provided tonight, you're either lying to us here or you're lying to us at the table. One or the other. Both can't be true.
Michelle Sharma.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Tyndall Sharma, and I teach third grade at Covalad. We are very excited to be in our new building, and we wanted to thank you all for making that happen. After watching the board study session last week, there were several issues that I wanted to speak to. There was some discussion and questions about the healthcare cap and how much money the district pays versus the employees. To put things in perspective, I started with this district 23 years ago in 2001. I chose to go with the best plan, Plan 1, and my employee portion then was $67 each month out of my paycheck. Today, we pay $1,612 every month out of our paycheck for the exact same plan. I have been here for 23 years, and last year was the first year ever that I remember receiving an adjustment on our benefits cap paid by the district. Several of you asked questions about the salary adjustments that Yuba City received, and you all heard the numbers. They were able to offer all of that while still faced with the same budget issues that MJUSD had. We are losing good teachers to other districts because we are no longer feeling valued. Several of you asked questions about what you can do moving forward so that we're not in this situation again. Well, you can push for the salary portion of the COLA to be automatically passed on just like it is intended and just like all other state employees receive it. MUTA has been trying to get this in our contract language for many years and the district keeps dismissing it. You can push for that to happen. The salary portion of the COLA is not something that should be negotiated. It is a cost of living adjustment. The state gave this money to the district because the cost of living has grown exponentially. The salary portion of the COLA is not intended to balance out the district's budget because the district is in deficit spending. You can ask questions like, is it in our best interest to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to a PR firm for the district, or could we spend this money elsewhere and have maybe our middle college and high school students do these as learning projects? Or ask questions like, is it necessary to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a wellness director's salary? Or could we simplify that job and spend that salary on the true wellness directors at our school sites, the secretaries, the attendance clerks, and the teachers? I would say nurses and health aides, but we no longer have them on site. And questions like, do we really need to be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees when we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in salaries for assistant superintendents and heads of departments that should be able to handle that? We know your jobs are not easy. You have very impactful jobs that some of us don't want because we're not qualified for them, but we are qualified teachers.
Thank you. Tammy?
So first of all, I'd just like to thank everybody, all the teachers that are still in the room. All of us in red out here have less than 12 hours before we see our students for the first time for this new school year. So thank you for being here still tonight as we draw it to a close, and anybody else who's watching, and all the other teachers that could not make it into this boardroom because they were doing their back to school nights and meet and greets tonight. So I know they're all on board with us and wishing us well. So to continue my comments from earlier and echoing the other teachers that commented, I spoke about several area districts that provide better compensation with lower health care obligations. This is because over the past 2 years, many surrounding districts who received the same COLAs as MJUSD did opted to invest in their people. They understood that although programs and facilities are important to education, they're not as vital as those who provide that education. At the board study session back on August 6th, I presented the board with verifiable data, as I've done earlier in the year, showing that of 15 surrounding districts, we are the only district that has not offered or agreed to a combined double-digit ongoing increase for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years. Our own numbers show that the amount of dollars spent on people in this district has significantly decreased over the past several years. Your teachers have been working under a contract that has now, on August 13th, ironically enough, been expired for 13 months and 13 days. Please encourage your district team to return to the table with a fair offer that affords your people working in this district the opportunity to keep up with increasing living and healthcare costs so they are not left to consider leaving for greener pastures. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica?
First of all, I'd like to say that... Oh, yeah. Thank you. Phew, 45 seconds were left. I'd like to say that if Seth would like to, I would really love to have a private conversation with you. Maybe we could step outside or something. And then what I put as my subject for tonight was priorities, and I think that you've heard a lot of stuff about priorities, but one in particular that's very close to home for me is that 2 years ago, I began working with Jay and Gabe, who are no longer here, partly because of this kind of thing I'm about to tell you. So we were working along with some other folks, facilities guy, I can't remember everybody that was there, and we were trying to troubleshoot the whole, oh my God, TK's coming, where are we gonna put them? And the number of TKs keeps going up because the eligibility date keeps changing, and next year it will be all 4-year-olds. If you're 4, you're in TK. Right now, if you're 5, you're in K. So like at my school, as an example, we have had, since the school opened in 2009, 3 K classes. 3 classes of 5-year-olds. Those 5-year-olds, the year before they came in, were 4. We have never had less than 3. So right now at my school, we had to move a kindergarten class over to the portables where the big kids are, where there's no bathroom, in order to make room for a TK in what was a kindergarten class. That's how we're making it this year. We're supposed to be getting a couple more buildings built, but this is something all over the district. And when we were working together, all of a sudden it was stopped. And Jay was told by his boss it was not the priority. When Measure S came up, there was all the stuff about, you know, the tracks and all the wonderful things being built and beautiful. And those, to me, great, they're wonderful things, but we keep spending on luxury items when we can't say no to TKers coming in, and we're gonna have so many, and we're not doing anything about it. The work on it stopped. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Florida? Florentina, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Hi, yes, Florentina DiGennaro. Good evening. I come to you guys this evening as a concerned parent, and I'm going to be talking about the secrecy policy, how Seth was, about AB 1955 that just passed. This policy would keep secrets from parents if their child is suffering from gender dysphoria or gender confusion. Keeping parents in the dark in such a sensitive time in a child's life has been proven to have devastating effects. No parent would ever want their child to go through this alone. So parents need to be informed. This bill that passed is not okay. We have a lot of parents speaking up in California. For all the people that, or staff members or in the audience that don't agree, that think we're exaggerating this, we're not. If you have not been informed of the lawsuits that are happening, parents speaking up of their sad stories, devastating stories that are happening, some that have lost their child because of this. In my personal volunteer outreach, I am working with the Latino community here in the Sutter, Yuba County. Most of the parents have told me that their teachers have either enforced, threatened that their child can't come back to school if they don't give them medication, either for hyperactive, depression, whatever it is that they feel. Yes, it is. The low income, the Spanish speakers that have which is disability, are being taken advantage, and this is coming from the parents. Now, they're provided with the medication, they get to take it home, or it's in the school for them. Now, let's look at this bill that just passed. The teachers, the staff, will be able to give these children this medication and so many other things and keep it a secret from the parents. It is already going on in California. You need to be up. Okay, it is happening here, and the bill has passed, and people are suffering, families are suffering. You need to do your research and read what is happening. Okay, I'm just gonna give you one name, Chloe Cole. Okay, I could give you plenty of other, there's not enough time.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Teresa Cowan. Oh, okay, sorry, thank you.
I'm going to be calm. First of all, being on the board is being a representative of our community, hearing all the sides and figuring out what works best for all of our students. And by not having teachers they trust and love out them, it's for their well-being, not yours. So it is not about you, but the students who are in crisis about being their authentic self. Inclusion has always been a priority in our schools and in our classrooms. And if we're not able to take that step and continue doing what we're doing, we are no use to them. You are not in the field with us. You do not see what we see. You do not hear what we hear. I have had students who have been in a gender crisis, who have told me, Dr. Teresa, I want to commit suicide. I can't talk to my parents about it. I'm the only one they say they can talk to. So until you walk in the teacher's shoes or mine and hear these children's cries and understand that they cannot talk to anybody at home, you can't sit up here and pass judgment. We are working with these kids. You are not. Okay, then you can go ahead and get a teacher job too and work in classrooms with us and deal with that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last comment card. Jennifer Latham. Jennifer, are you still here?
Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to point out that if the board and superintendent really wanted to hear the teachers and the community, they really should respect their time and move the public comments back to the beginning of the meeting. Making concerned teachers or community members sit through an entire board meeting is just another way this board and superintendent show the community that their thoughts and opinions don't matter. So now 8:30, I'm now taking my daughter to do the last minute school shopping that she's been sitting in the car waiting for me to get done with this because I feel being here is so important to let you guys know that what's going on is not okay. I love this district. I want what's best for it, and what's going on is not okay. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.